Holy moly.
The Out There channel.
Finally.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries.
Damn slow computer.
Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Why's the stats wrong? What have they done to it this time? The volume seems low on the headset again. How's it sounding out there? Got good volume? Normal volume? Everything seems a bit slower. I don't know why. Okay, just minimize that. Anybody out there? Is the volume low? Good to be back. Good to be back. Don't know, it looks a bit lower than normal. Hope it's alright. Let's see. Testing 1, 2, 3. I guess it's close. I have to do, I guess. So where's Mr. King? Is he falling asleep on us? Okay, let's post up a few things. So, Merry Christmas, everybody. Hope you're going to have a great Christmas period. Today is our official The Out There channel Christmas show, because there won't be one on Christmas Day. Decided to keep it on the weekends only, mostly. And most people will be busy on Christmas Day anyway. We used to do it on Christmas Eve, I think. You ain't seen nothing yet. Baby. Maybe I'm going deaf. Fluid in the air. Yeah, blowing out the ears helps a wee bit. Okay, I think we're there. There's just no one around, Bigfoot. Who's out there? Say hi in the site. Pin comment. And how are we going on the other ones? Pilled, how's it going out there? How many you got people on? What's it say? Currently 2 watching. Oh, someone's live.
At SourceCode01 donated £10 through Super Chat. Merry Christmas.
God, I haven't even started yet. Thanks a lot. Yeah. So this one's going to be like a more sciencey one, I guess. New updates on Plasma Orbs, basically, and consciousness. Conscious and consciousness. Pre-life. Sounds like a game, doesn't it? Pre-life. And all the new stuff that the what do you call it? PhDs in ufology are talking about. They're always pushing the consciousness stuff. So I'll be going over it because, yeah, I'll break it down and see what I think of it all. You know me. So yeah, I've been researching that for the last week, and also getting all the bits together. So we'll see how it goes. And the pause pilled there. Okay, looks like pilled's going good. Rumble's going good too, I think. Who we got out there on Rumble? I only got one. Okay, so normally that gets a bit busier than that. But normally you have to wait 10 minutes for people to get emails and stuff, I guess. Yeah. I think I'm already ready to go, actually, but let's just see. I might just do an experiment with these guys and trying to define what consciousness is by doing an experiment. So I think I might just do that. Now, a couple of years ago now, I think I wrote. I was like in a. I don't know. I was almost like a meditated state, relaxed state, and music was flowing out of me, and I started recording some stuff that become almost like meditation music. So this gets us good into the consciousness side of things. So yeah, which one's on my channel? That one. I have to find the music file first. Okay. I was only thinking about this morning. How should I do the show? How should I break it in? And I think we'll start with this. So yeah, playlists maybe. Easiest way to find it. Favorite music. It's normally at the beginning. Favorite music. I cannot see it. Looks like Google has changed it again. What's that one there? Videos, shorts. Why can't I see it? I always have this problem. Is it favorites? Oh, there. I'll just get it. Mind you, if I play it, you probably fall asleep on us. So this is my favorite list, and that one's pretty cool too. But mine's here. Snow in Christchurch, I think it's called. I should call it meditation. The thing is, it's got Charlie on it though, isn't it? I think it's on that one. Let's have a look. Now, before we dive into that, I just want to point out, I was talking about my Reddit stats compared to YouTube. This is how you know you're being censored on YouTube, right? Hey Liz, how's it going? Since Google's changed all your tag names to @, it's made it a bit more tricky to remember all your first names. I am into Sen mood. Merry Christmas. Yeah, this is the out there channel Christmas show. Pseudo 25th. I'm not religious myself, but I'm open-minded to spiritual stuff, I guess, or since I've been out of body myself personally, and as life's progressed on, you can't explain everything from a science point of view, and you need that spooky action and distance added in, which they call what they called it now, entanglement. Anyway, here's my stats. Now, this was just a few days ago, and you can see this is in the last 30 days. I got like 5,000 views, right? Now that would take me probably on YouTube. Let's see, 5,000. Probably take me a few months to get that. Let's see. Probably take me at least 3, maybe 4 months to get that on YouTube. Here I've got it in less than 30 days, and I've gained a few days ago 138 new subs. It's just exploding, you know, since I've been putting up the 15-minute episodes there. But unfortunately, if I do that, then I make less money on YouTube doing it. So I'm always punishing myself, because you know, a real legit UFO researcher generally doesn't make money. Normally spends more on it than he does from doing it. And also a genuine UFO researcher doesn't put it out everywhere for free. You'll see all the shills only stick to YouTube or places where they can monetize it. It's good to see that Bitchute's finally now paying out at least few coins every week now. I get about 10 cents every week from ad money that they're sharing out there. So that's going to take a wee while. It's not as bad as YouTube. I probably make about $10 a month on YouTube from ad money, probably, if I keep up the constant. So yeah, this shows you the difference between being suppressed and not suppressed. And I wouldn't say Reddit is open free speech. They've got also a lot of rules and regulations, and they control and delete comments over top of you. So that's roughly working out 100 to 300 visits a day at Reddit at the moment. So I did post a link to it there in the comments. So it's going crazy with the speed. What's going on here? Something went crazy there. Men in Black again, I guess. So I did post it up yesterday. I was at 633, so that's another 5 subs in a day. And then This morning, I think it was up to 648. So it'll be up to 700 by the end of the year, I guess, or easily probably. So that's a good thing, you know. So that was yesterday. 136 in the last 30 days. But yeah, the views are starting to drop off, but I haven't been I only just added a few more videos to it there. So yeah, so if you want to get and sub to that, I'll post a link and get that bit out of the way with Reddit. So from there you can find the Reddit link and just click on it and join there if you want to, if you're not already. Now I'll just catch up on the side comments before I begin this experiment. Let's see what we got. Congrats on Bitchute. Yeah, it sort of died off in subs. I used to get about 100 a month, and now I lose one, gain two, lose two, gain one, and it sort of stays around about the same level. So when I start debunking secure team, that the person that subbed to me is a secure team fan, and then the unsub, they don't bother watching the video. YouTube's the best, unfortunately. It's got the best technology, speed and everything for streaming. I don't stream on Bitchute. I haven't tested it out. I normally upload it after I finish the live show though. There. Rumble's live as well, simultaneously, and also simultaneously with Pilled, Rumble and Twitch. Not sure why I stream to Twitch, because nothing seems to happen there. We don't get many comments down the side from most of those other domains. Occasionally Pilled is probably the most. So yeah. Okay. Where's my thing? Music. So yeah, I wrote this music and I decided to add the once a year snowstorm we get, which normally happens in about August, just before the end of winter happens. And yeah, that's only a little sprinkle. But yeah, I wrote all the music here, and we might be able to use it for the experiment. Let me just... So it's in 3 parts. The first part is to get into a relaxation state. Focus on your breathing, where you slow it down and take deep breaths. And once you get into that next phase, which is the second part, you'll start to relax even more. And then there's a wake up, change in music at the end there, wake up piece where you come back out of that state. But we'll probably just skip past the human voice ones I wrote, but I'll just play a wee bit of it. It's all computer generated, and I was playing it real time and recording it at the same time. And I've not had any music training. Now, is the volume right? Now, it's hard to believe that come out of me, considering I'm not a classical piano player. And when I play it back, I just think, wow, it's like I was like taken over, and just playing with not actually a keyboard connected. I was actually using the mouse and various features of this particular software I was using that holds down the key, and playing the chords that way and then overlaying it. And yeah, that's the end result there of that front bit, and I think it's pretty amazing myself. And it sounds like just a real choir, and it sounds like something you'd get on a TV show even, you know. But is it an orb? Not. No, it's Shogun. Shogun, thanks for joining, and Liz and Michael King so far. So yeah, it should come up to the middle bit now. I'll just... So that bit, I call it dismantling it, where you start to slow it down, play various chords, and just think on your breathing. And then you get into the middle bit where you're meant to be in a meditated state by this stage. Okay, so this bit here also wrote in real time, and the frequencies, if you listen to it in headset especially, it will, the frequency somehow causes you to relax. So I can't explain it, but when I was playing it, I was extremely stressed out, and after I'd finished that, I was in a totally relaxed state, and I thought, well, that's amazing. I'm just going to put that together into a complete piece of music for relaxing, basically. So basically I want to explain what consciousness is. Just close your eyes and just listen to the music, and I'll give you some instructions as we go. See if it works. We'll listen to a wee bit of the music first. So just close your eyes and just take a slow deep breaths in and out. Now this works better if you're in a dark room, of course, because your eyelids don't shut out all the light, because you get light through the eyelids. So the idea of the music is it's causing a vibration not just in your eardrums, but also through the atoms in your body and the atmosphere that it's passing through, which helps if you've got it on speakers as well at the same time. At the moment I've got my ones turned off, but in the headset at the same time it sounds pretty good, and you can, if you've got speakers, you can actually feel the outside stuff. Now when you close your eyes, do you only see darkness? Because I don't. So now we've got the meditation music going. Do you see what I see? You could probably put your hands over your eyes. Do you see little specks of light, even though there's no light entering your sensory organs in the eyes? Optic nerve, as it's called. Do you see like little specks of light, like reds, mostly reds you start off with, then blues, maybe orange and green, but the very hard one to get is little sparkly bits of yellow. I don't think you truly see darkness myself, where it's just totally black, right? Now, if you see the sparkly bits like I do, then you got to wonder what's causing that. And obviously it's got to be at atom level, right? The atoms are releasing some form of electrons and photons, probably electrons mostly. We know substances do release both of those. And maybe it's entering the optic nerve or something, and you're seeing it as little sparkly bits. And while you're in that meditated with the eyes shut state, do you feel like you're actually in a huge space? Like, does it feel like it's forever, infinite in every direction around you? And you start to notice sensations, other sensations that you don't get with your eyesight. Like, you can sense the air molecules, the atoms in the air around you, and you can feel the atoms pressing against your atoms of the body from what you're sitting on. And it's like you're in communication with all the atoms around you at the same time, and they're sort of interacting to you at that lower level of life, I guess you can call it. This is the sensation of consciousness. You're aware of your surroundings, and it's like basically you could probably imagine traveling anywhere while you're in that meditated state. Now, I probably should shut up and let you go through that process without me talking over it. And you see what I mean. Like, if you got a breeze, you will sense the atoms brushing against your skin, right? You will feel various temperature throughout your body. Like, parts of your body will be losing energy to the atoms, and also absorbing heat from the sun or whatever. And you can feel even the heat being generated from the atoms of your own body. And it's like a balance, like an invisible communication throughout that whole experience of visualizing the atoms. To me, that's consciousness right there. And when you're into that state and you listen to the music, you should be getting deeper and deeper into a relaxation state, and start to feel a lot happier, letting all the negative stuff release through the atom levels. Really, the atoms around you are either taking the energy from you, or they are providing you positive energy back. So it's kind of like a new age concept, but there is actually some real science behind it all, and we'll be going over that today. Not to be confused with shills like David Wilcock and Corey Good that try and sell you 300-page booklets on meditation and consciousness. But yeah, I post a link to that. Maybe just keep practicing with it. Also, if you sit out in the sun and close your eyelids, right, you still don't get darkness. Now you can sense the light from the sun penetrating even your eyelids, and you can see that it sort of creates more kind of like light squares going on in your mind's eye. Like if you're staring at a window and then close your eyes, you can actually see that it starts fading. It's not gone instantly. You can see the outline of the window, and it changes colour, reds and greens, and then fades. But it's never ever gone completely. Yeah, it's the sort of thing you have to play around with, I guess. But once you learn how your body's reacting to the environment, that's consciousness. You're aware of your surroundings, and that's where all the sixth sense and how the dogs can read your mind and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, so I was gonna copy that. I suppose I better do that one, but I'll see what you said about all that. But I know I sound like a new age hippie crystal hippie bitch. But yeah, I know it's a bit hard to do that if you're suffering a lot of pain, but I find sometimes if I meditate like that, I can actually shut the pain down enough or completely, then I can start to relax, and then I can fall asleep. Yeah, I think there's some benefit to meditating like that, so yeah, what do I call it? Meditation. What should I call it? OTC meditation June. Anyway, we'll just send that out. Oh no, Paul's gone to new age hippiness. Can see you're all panicking now. Let's see. Just happy holidays. Yeah, you too, Shogun. Keep an eye for your what's that? High speed UAPs. Blink, you'll miss them. Yeah. I think if they want to come and visit you, you will know about it, Music, my day job. And shall I come back when you're on topic? Well, this is all part of the topic. Try and explain what consciousness is versus life. Dodgy is good. I come back when all music finished. Well, you're obviously not getting it then. But, okay, so what is life? Life in the basic thing is, life is an entity that consumes atoms to maintain its structure. So when it stops consuming and it gets less energy, it starts to break down and eventually it dies. So life is the act of consuming atoms, fundamentally at the basic level, right? Which means from time we're born, how does a baby know that it has to breathe? It hasn't been taught how to breathe, but it knows it has to breathe. And how does it know that it has to drink milk to survive? No one's shown it has to drink milk. It's not been to class and shown how to drink milk or even suck on a nipple, it just instantly knows. Now, how did that knowledge get passed on to that newborn? And I think about this a lot, and of course I've talked about it over the years, my theory on it, that DNA is just not just 4 acids. It's the atoms themselves contain trillions of bits of information that is passed on at cell level. So you can imagine that a pinhead has 5 million atoms on it. Already there's trillions and trillions of atoms in a baby when it's born. In fact, let's just see if the AI can actually work that out for us. So let's just dump into this. So life is consuming atoms to gain energy to maintain structure, and when you stop doing that, you're dead. The question is, in that case, we're consuming atoms, why do we age? We know there's byproducts when you consume atoms called radicals and toxins that gradually damages the system. And I think that's where atoms start to lose key information about maintaining its structure, and it lasts only for a certain period, which ends up being your age, right? So maybe I should move that Christmas tree down a bit. So let's just ask how many. So the key is a way to stop the damage occurring when it consumes, so you can pretty much live forever. And there's a lot of scientists trying to figure that out, right? And some claim they've managed to slow the human aging down enough that you could live to 1,000 years now. So there's going to be a few people that are alive now that will probably be alive in another 1,000 years. Scary to think about it, but yeah, probably be some people that are bad in the world that we don't want around. How many atoms? And a baby. AI kicks in. Is made of an immense number of atoms, around 10 to the power of 27, or a billion. Mostly oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen. Sourced from the mother's food, air, and water. So we're talking about milk, air, and water. Well, consumed through the blood flow to the baby as it was growing, I guess, inside initially. So yeah, let's just see if you can comprehend even just that alone. Now, all those atoms are dense fractal energy. The particles are made up of dense energy in an atom. Then that's a lot of atoms that can create electromagnetic communication between them. The thing is, though, the atoms are not actually connected to each other. They share what they call electron shells that helps them bond, not move, but they're not actually joined as such. And they can be broken off, as you know, or a knife can cut through your skin, say, or tissue, right? So it can break the electrical bonds. So this has always been the idea, concept is what is touch? If atoms are not all joined together with nuts and bolts, but they're just free floating, then it's got to be a field, a force field, right? It's got to be like a field between one layer of atoms with whatever you're touching, another layer of atoms. So yeah. So we where do we start on this one? So started with Jack Sarfatti this year, bringing up this topic. You are too fixated on plasmas. Yes, they are part of the narrative as knights in a cosmic chess game, not queen and not king. Okay, started up here. I know a lot about the consciousness of plasma orbs. Yeah, I think Jack Sarfatti is a bit full of it, actually. He's blocked me as well. Some of what I know is unfortunately confidential. That to me rings bullshitter. The orbs are a form of consciousness AI, as explained in section 7 of this paper. There have been battles between orbs and greys with humans, collateral damage. That sounds a bit like the faker Phil Snyder, doesn't it? I have from a reliable source. Yeah, like whistleblowers, David Grush, or Grush, or whatever his name is. Yeah, so I grabbed that document link, of course, and it's ridiculously long. So I started off here, 28 pages of blah, but we'll go through it. But he said it was section 7. Have we got a chapter list? Probably not. Where's section 7? Let's see, maybe we can get it to read out some of this. Let's have a look. I got a lot more interesting stuff to come, but we'll start off with the boring PhDs banging it out together. And I'll add in my own findings and stuff that we've talked about over the years. So if you're new to the channel, you probably won't know a lot of it, but Edge allows us to read PDFs, lucky enough, and we should be able to skip paragraphs. But yeah, let's see, introduction. So obviously you've got to go to 7. So let's just read out some of it anyway, see how it goes. And we'll jump down to number 7. Let's read aloud here. Why is it not playing?
Is the brain analogous to a quantum measuring apparatus?
Oh, why is it gone dim?
Apparatus? Pavo Piwelka Kenen asterisk operator. Department of Philosophy, History, and Art Studies.
Well, that doesn't sound very scientific, though, does it?
February 2nd, 2022.
So it's
Abstract.
pretty recent.
Researchers have suggested since the early days of quantum theory that there are strong analogies between quantum phenomena and mental phenomena, and these have developed into a vibrant new field of quantum cognition during recent decades. After revisiting some early analogies by Niels Bohr and David Bohm, this paper focuses upon Bohm and Hilly's ontological interpretation of quantum theory, which suggests further analogies between quantum phenomena and biological and psychological phenomena, including the proposal that the human brain operates in some ways like a quantum measuring apparatus. After discussing these analogies, I will
So Einstein had a bit of conflict with quantum mechanics, and what quantum means is basically the science of the very, very small. So we're talking about atoms and the particles of atoms and the interaction of those particles, right? So yeah, it sort of conflicts with general relativity of Einstein. So it caused a wee bit of a problem there, but when they even mention quantum, they always talk about small stuff like atoms and that level of entanglement, as they call it, between particles. Now, this is what they're saying, is that they're saying that plasma has a consciousness. Now, as I said, life is an entity that consumes atoms to maintain itself. So an entity like plasma doesn't fit that, because it's not consuming atoms around it, like aka the atmosphere. It could be consuming the atmosphere to maintain its structure, but it doesn't. And it only lasts up to about 20 seconds, I think it was it? As in ball lightning. Ball lightning lasts no more than like 20 seconds and it fizzes out, because it's constantly losing energy. Now, they have been trying to create plasma in a laboratory that lasts forever, but they've only managed to get it working up to 8 seconds, I think it is. They haven't even got it up to ball lightning standard. So they can't study the consciousness. You know, they can't have it sitting there and sort of try and interact with it, see if it tries to dodge a ball or tries to protect itself, or see if it splits and multiplies. So they can't. They're trying to get it to last longer, so they can actually delve deeper into whether plasma is essentially a live organism. Now, it doesn't have DNA, obviously, and that's what's unique about us. We've got this 4 acid called DNA. Was that GLTC or something? All long technical names. And has RNA, and how does it know from all that to generate all these different cells in our body, and how do the cells all know what to do? They're like little mini factories, right? Like the liver produces certain enzymes, and actually it produces a lot of stuff that the body needs. Without a liver, you simply die. So if you damage your liver, your history, right? But the liver is one of these remarkable organs that if you cut half of it out of your body, it regrows. So it can grow back, and if it gets like fatty liver from alcoholic abuse or damage from medicines like I got, it can actually repair itself back to normal. They found out that folic acid and B12 combined helps the liver regenerate faster, and it needs those to regenerate. And most people don't have enough of those in their body. And if it hasn't got enough folic acid, it actually consumes B12 to make it or something, somehow. And if it hasn't got enough B12, it actually converts folic acid into B12 or something, some complex process. But how does that know how to do all that? And the information's got to be embedded into some sort of memory within the atoms itself of the DNA. And it's quite amazing when you think about it. You know, how did life generate DNA to be able to do that over millions or billions of years? From just a pool of atoms in a sloshy sea getting struck by lightning, or thermal vents from inside the internal planet core, and cause chemical reactions and produce life. So it's always more questions than answers, of course. Well, how do we know that we're self-aware? Consciousness. And it's got to be that you can sense all these atoms that you're made up of, as well as in the environment around you. And it's through some level, sub-level, quantum level communication going on between your atoms that you just take as granted, so you don't even think about it. So yeah, I'll just shrink that down a bit.
Also consider, from a quantum perspective, Hintikau's suggestion that Kant's notion of things in themselves can be better understood by making an analogy between our knowledge-seeking activities and an elaborate measuring apparatus. Asterisk operator to appear in S, Wapuluri and A, grailing EDS metaphors and analogies in sciences and humanities, words and worlds. Berlin, Springer Synthese Library. 1. But the greatest thing by far is to have a command of metaphor. This alone cannot be imparted by another. It is the mark of genius. For to make...
So this is why I hate PhD guys. They just talk from the asses, don't they? They just love talking this kind of shit. And no one understands what they're on about. And this is probably why we've got scientists in the UFO field talking a lot of shit out their asses. And it sounds pretty good and all that, and they're testing out the materials, but nothing really comes of it, right? Let's see, you got chopped off there. Let's see, I might have to move that back over there, but Christmas in the way. What's that? Telomeres are the key. Yeah, so you can see this is going to get gobbledygook, gook. Okay, quantum phenomenon. Okay, let's go here, see what it says here.
That in the facts which are revealed to us by the quantum theory and lie outside the domain of our ordinary forms of perception, we have acquired a means of elucidating general philosophical problems. Bohr, N. Atomic Physics and the Description of Nature. 1. Introduction. The idea that quantum phenomena are in some ways analogous to mental phenomena has been around almost from the very beginning of quantum mechanics. Already in his 1929 article, The Quantum of Action and the Description of Nature, see Bohr 1934, as well as in his 1933 article Light and Life, Niels Bohr drew attention to the similarity between measurement in atomic mechanics and introspection in psychology. The necessity of considering the interaction between the Measure ing
you see,
instruments and the object under investigation in atomic
Sarfatti,
mechanics
right?
corresponds closely.
So how can we skip ahead? You can see how anyone would just simply get switched off after reading a couple of paragraphs of that. Allergy has to do with limitations in our attempts to give a full description of the phenomenon. In classical physics, we got used to the idea that phenomenon exist independently of the means by which they are observed. But in both atomic physics and in the philosophical domain, things seem to be otherwise. We are typically able to measure, might help if I put my glasses on, measure the particle feature of the, you think, Jack Sarfatti. It's good that you gave us to go to chapter 7, because this is going to drive people nuts. I see it's got Richard Feynman mentioned here too. Okay, it might be a bit better with glasses on, I'm not sure. Seems to amplify it quite a lot, but not necessarily in a good way. Feynman, I think I can safely say that nobody understands quantum mechanics. Yeah, I reckon. But if quantum processes are analog to thought processes, then our very familiarity or accomplishedness with our own thought processes, right interpretation might help us to understand quantum processes. You can see where it's going to go, this article from Jack Sarfatti. So this is why I like to use the new tool AI, which we didn't have years ago when we were looking into plasma and consciousness and orbs. But yeah, should cut down a lot of this reading that you have to do. The quantum world and its classical subworld. Let's see. Discovery of quantum ontology. Here's a little mathematical equation for you. Yuck. Number one. Okay, so we can do about that. Consciousness and the quantum versus classical world. I wonder if we can get it to read there. Probably not. Continue to read from here. Yeah, we'll try that.
For consciousness and the quantum versus class I. Cal World. Orthodox cognitive neuroscience.
Microsoft.
Neuroscience typically assumes that the neural correlates of consciousness are processes which take place in the classical domain. In other words, it is assumed that there is no need to refer to subtle quantum effects when trying to understand how these processes function and why they're. 8. Is conscious experience associated with them? This may seem like a harmless and reasonable assumption.
Now you know why I done that little experiment at the beginning there, closing your eyes. Now, when people don't answer me, when you closed your eyes, did you see little sparks of light? And the more you leave them closed, do you keep on seeing them? I don't remember anyone saying yes, they did. But anyway. Yeah, so you can see why I didn't like this, because it doesn't really help us understand consciousness in lay terms. It's all there's no visuals, there's no video, there's no explaining it with examples. Principle of somna significance, it's just gobbledygook. Is the brain analogous to quantum measuring apparatus? What the hell does that mean, Quantum measuring apparatus. In other words, something that measures the very small. So what would that be? Electron microscope? Well, the brain's not going to be equivalent to an electron microscope scanning, is it? But what do we mean by subtle? What do you mean by anything? Yeah, let's keep on going. I'll post a link to it so you can have a read of it if you want, but I don't think anyone would. How does consciousness experience arise? Okay, so let's read what his recommended 7. Where is it? Where's the option gone? Should have been there, shouldn't it? From here. Where's from here disappeared to? Let's try that again. Does it have read from here? Okay, let's just try.
More subtle levels of information processing in the brain
No.
than that carried out by action potentials, and there is recent experimental evidence that points to that direction. See Sing et al. 2021 A.B. 7. How does conscious experience arise? It is interesting to consider Bohm and Hilly's proposals in relation to the physicist Jack Sarfatti's suggestion that so-called back action plays a key role in how conscious experience arises in the context of the ontological interpretation. When describing this interpretation above, I have emphasized the way the R-S-coupled field, psi-R-T, which satisfies the Schrödinger-Equatorian influences the particle through the quantum potential. But if the field influences the particle, might not the particle influence...
Jack Sarfatti, you talk a lot of shit, man. You really do.
...influence or act back upon the field? After all, the law of action and reaction is one of the basic principles of physics. Indeed, Bohm himself considers the possibility of a kind of back action, a dependence of the psi field on the actual location of the particle in very short distances and very short times, in his interpretation already in his 1952 Hidden Variables papers, 1952, 171, 179.
So I think my little experiment at the beginning explains it way better, where we're talking about sensing in your mind the atoms in your body reacting with the outside world atoms, and it's like a communication going on at a low level there. But they don't have a word called quantum communication, I guess. So I think the Chinese did use quantum communication, but I don't think it was called quantum communication. What was it called now? Quantum entanglement communication, maybe. But yeah, you can see why he recommended that, because he's in the paper, right? So here they're talking about particles interacting with each other, basically, from what I can understand from this gobbledygook here. Coupled field. And they're talking about that stupid Schrödinger experiment where they put a cat in the box and you don't know if it's alive or dead. And if you open it, it changes the result. If you open the lid to have a look. It's just I just really hate that. Can't say how much I really hate that analogy. If a tree is chopped down, do you hear it? Of course you do, but you might be too far away to hear it. Condensed proposal has 2 parts. Well, you mean you condensed all that gobbledygook there, Sarfatti? Consciousness in some situations. Now, I don't know about you, but sometimes the phone would ring and you would know exactly who it's going to be before they even spoke. I don't know if that's ever happened to you. It happens to me on the internet when I'm talking using text app. It used to happen with me and Earl Grey, and he used to come up with the same topic, the same as I, at exactly the same time. We hit enter. It's kind of freaky when it happens, but we call it synchronicity, right? Now, is it because that some people connect better with other people at a atom level of consciousness? I think there is. I think some people are more compatible than other people are to them. But yeah, you can see how deep it can go down the rabbit hole, this stuff. And it just keeps on going. So I don't really like that paper, but I'll post a link to it. I think I've got better stuff here. And we'll just go into more fun stuff. Jack quantum consciousness, I guess. Was it? How do you spell it? Consciousness. No, it's actually consciousness, not ness. So consciousness is being awake, and consciousness is aware of being awake. So you're aware of the atoms, basically, that are awake and functioning. Shelley, how's it going? Are you conscious? You're a wee bit late to the party. If you've been listening in the background, I don't know. But let's move on. So yeah, you can see why I don't join those groups, because they're just frustrating. So let's get into the more interesting stuff. So start with my first AI chat. Where are we talking about? Living plasma. I think that must be the top. Show thinking. Yeah, so let's break it down. The term living plasma can refer to two different concepts depending on the context. Blood plasma, not that one, or physical plasma, the fourth state of matter. That one's what we're after. So that's another thing of the word plasma. That's why you really need to create a new word for plasma orbs. And I guess that's why they called it plasmoids now. Blah, 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 blah. Let's get down to where I ask it in ufology one. Okay, the term living plasma and the contents of ufology and UAP refers to a highly speculative but studied theory that some UAP sightings are not advanced technology from extraterrestrials or foreign nations, but rather self-organizing, intelligent, or pre-life forms of physical plasma. The concept is rooted in the idea of plasma as the fourth state of matter, ionized gas, distinct from solid, liquid, and gas, which is highly abundant in space and can exhibit complex behaviors under certain conditions. Here is a breakdown of the concept in ufology. The living plasma plasmoid hypothesis. The nature of the phenomenon. Plasmoids self-contained magnetic structures of plasma that can move and evolve independently. Lifelike behaviors. Researchers have documented instances of naturally occurring or experimentally created plasma or structures involving plasma and charged dust particles exhibiting characteristics that resemble life, self-organizing, forming distinct stable shapes, spheres, cones, cylinders. Now, when you think about it though, a sphere in Mother Nature is the perfect form. It's like super strong. It's balanced, it's symmetry, and it's the easiest form to make using the least energy. So it beats having a cone or a cylinder, the sphere, aka orb, right? Growth and replication, seemingly growing in size and splitting into two or more other life forms. So this is where we're talking about what is life, where it was consuming other atoms and generating more energy, and in that process also splits and duplicates itself, and the cells keep replicating, and then at some stage some of those cells turn into other cells. So it starts off with the basic cell being a stem cell, I guess, and the stem cell can become any cell in the body. So we're sort of understanding what life is, and but will we ever understand it all? Probably not. Movement and maneuvering, traveling at various speeds, making sharp 45 and 90 degree and 180 turns, and changing directions in the way it defy known aerodynamics. Now, I haven't seen any orb do 45 degree turns or 90 degree turns. Only videos I've seen are either misleading or fakes. But anyway, we'll get into that. Interaction appearing to congregate, follow other objects like satellites or aircraft, and engaging in what some have described as hunter predatory. Now, the only things we've seen in videos have all turned out to be clearly balloons, right? And they're nowhere near the aircraft. So it makes you wonder where the AI is getting this information from. It almost sounds like pseudo ufology scientists, right? But I do delve deeper into that later. Is who are these credible scientists claiming these things, right? And it sort of falls a bit slowly. Feeding, being attracted to and possibly drawing energy from electromagnetic EMF radiation, thunderstorms, power lines. Again, there's no solid evidence of that. Now we're seeing what looks like ball lightning bouncing along a power line, but it doesn't absorb the energy and stay around longer. It still dissolves and disappears, right? What's the ones on the power line? They're not actually ball lightning though. They're some sort of plasma ball. They got a special name for them, I can't remember. Anyway, proponents of this theory suggest that significant number of UAP sightings, particularly those described as glowing orbs, lights, or Foo Fighters, observed by pilots during World War II, can be explained by this phenomenon. Now, we still don't know what the Foo Fighters were. And we still don't know if it was like some World War II technology that they're trying to produce these plasma or plasmoids to interfere with planes flying overhead, to distract pilots maybe, or maybe sap the engines or something like that, and it didn't actually work. Or something from the universe, or something from Mother Nature. Natural UAP explanation: when these complex self-organizing plasma descend from the upper atmosphere, which they call the thermosphere, into the lower atmosphere, they would appear to be solid, highly maneuverable craft and object that glows, thus classifying them as UAP. Now it talks about the STS-75 incident, and that straight away rubs me up the wrong way and makes me feel like now that's talking about orbs having consciousness from the STS-75 incident. Puts a great doubt on it, because as Earl said, he had a family member that was an engineer on that project, and he said it looks like something they added inside the cable itself called grommets, and he needs to look at the blueprint to verify it. But I said, well, did he ever get back to you on that? And he says no, and they sort of forgot about it. But yeah, when he saw it on the video with the little hole out inside, he said it was part of the component inside the cable that they had made. So as the cable snapped, it came from inside the cable. Since it was flickering back and forth, it was causing it to spin clockwise. And of course the cable was spinning around in an arc because it's flexible. These things would be flying around in different arc angles until they basically collided with something, changed direction or whatever. But these people here that think the Tether incident actually proves that plasmoids are living entities are going to be mistaken if that's what they believe in. Found numerous glowing objects near experimental electrical charged tether is often cited as key evidence of these plasmoids behaving erratically and interacting with EM energy. Consciousness intelligence. More extreme versions of the hypothesis proposes that these plasma entities may represent a non-biological sentient or pre-life form that may even be capable of communicating with or influencing human consciousness via electromagnetic fields. So that was like what I was trying to explain with the music at the beginning of meditation, causing hallucinations or abduction scenarios. So, causing hallucinations. I think I did ask it what pre-life is. How much more have we got of this? Living plasma. Plasmoids. Head PhD made a research paper. This is a fascinating and specific question. The idea of living plasma or plasmoids being connected to UAP sightings as a multidisciplinary fringe theory. Is that where they're talking about summoning these craft? But one that has been discussed in academia style papers. Here are the most relevant findings that align with your query. So one is Joesph PhD and collaborators, multiple papers. Now, I don't think I've ever heard of that guy. I don't know about you. A prominent voice in the Pacific area who has published several papers that extensively detail the plasmoid hypothesis and the contents of UAP. While not a single PhD thesis, these papers are peer-reviewed in physics journals and draw upon a high level of academic rigor and data analysis. Now, what's peer review really mean? It means they've gone and checked their mathematics, right? Basically checked anything so there's no mistakes in the calculations. These papers will be talking about atoms and the fields they produce and how they can release a positron, an electron, probably entangled pairs as well, and how it can happen inside the fourth state of matter, probably all that sort of stuff, and how that interacts with normal matter like solids, right? So that's probably what they're looking at. So they're going to have to generate plasmoids in the laboratory and do various experiments like moving a piece of metal tube or core, I should say, towards the plasmoid and see if it does anything, it gets out the way or defends itself, moves or whatever. So we've got ET life in the thermosphere. Core claim. These papers analysed NASA's footage like the Tether incident and other UAP reports, arguing that a significant number of sightings are kilometre-sized plasmoids exhibiting lifelike behaviours, movement, replication, hunter-predator. Fourth domain of life or pre-life. AV lobe. Oh no. He's number 2 on the hit list. Background in plasma physics. Well, he is most famous for his theories, he sure is, about interstellar objects like Uma being potential alien technology. A.V. Loeb originally earned his PhD in plasma physics in 1986. And then we got, what's this? Thesis topic. His doctoral thesis was a particle acceleration to high energies and amplification of coherent radiation by electromagnetic interactions in plasmas. So what does that mean? So they're accelerating a particle, probably a proton or neutron. No, it had to be proton, wouldn't it? Proton. And amplification of coherent radiation by electromagnetic interactions. So that sounds almost like sending a high-speed proton at the same time as transmitting microwave energy wave to produce a plasma, or fire it at a plasma. So how do they make the plasma? That's a good question. And who we got here? Number 3 is Sam. Never heard of him. Harrison, whatever his name is. Core claim the work develops a framework for understanding the cosmos as a living field of plasma like relationality, charged with energy, consciousness, and divine creating. So it sounds to me like he's saying that the universe is God. A living field of plasma. The universe is all plasma. And there you go, 3 people. Was it? 3 people. So yeah, all the plasma consciousness stuff comes from 3 people that we don't particularly like too much. One of them, anyway. These other ones we're not really heard of. But if they're relying on the Tether incident from Space Shuttle, then I have to question what they're making as claims, because they clearly didn't understand what they were saying. I think that the angle turns, that I didn't see any 90-degree turns in that. They turned, but they didn't do 45-degree angles, you know. 90-degree turns. There were nice gentle curves, unless they misinterpreted one, because we're talking about seeing 2D in a 3D environment, so maybe one was hidden away and then another one is heading towards it, and maybe they collided or something and changed direction. Maybe they misinterpreted something there. Yeah, I said, yeah, I heard the Tether incident was O-ring locking grommets from inside cable and blah blah blah. That's an extremely interesting and specific piece of insider information. It perfectly illustrates how there are often multiple, often conflicting explanations for complex, high-profile incidents like the STS-75. Here is the breakdown and alternative explanations, placing your friend's information in context. The STS-75 experiment, which aimed to drag a 1.8 mile conductive container cable through the Earth's magnetic field to generate electricity. The official NASA explanation for the Tether break found that the break in the Tether was due to a pinhole defect in the insulation, combined with the trapped air bubbles inside the cable's core material. Well, that will do it, I guess. I'll just go through some of this. The glowing objects. Primary explanation seen in the footage was ice particles, ice crystals, space debris or flakes of material. It's funny how this engineer grommet theory was never ever brought forward. Anyway, because it had a little hole in the side that had to be explained, right? If it's grommets, they're all going to be the same, right? They're going to be identical, so the grommets fits better than any ice particle, as far as I'm concerned. But they tried to explain the notch due to the camera they're using. The notch was part of the internal camera, and because the way they focused it, they reckon it created a artifact in the video image of all the bright light sources, but like bokeh, which is also another possible valid theory, of course, if we can not confirm that there were these type of grommets inside the cable. But anyway, MUFON Insider claim, which is mine, O-ring interleukin. The explanation would be a more detailed and mechanical manufacturing defect reason for the Tether breaker cell submitting or challenging the plasma arc reason. It suggests a torque or winding failure mechanism could cause the cable to fail structurally rather than pure electric burn. The living plasma hypothesis evidence cited. The analysis of the object's movements, acceleration, change in direction at sharp angles, and clustering is inconsistent with inert debris or ice particles simply floating away. They appear to be intentional. The sharp angles weren't sharp angles though. Anyway, I'll bring it up later. The analysis of it has to be wrong. Yeah, engineer said he's seen the square bit missing and wanted to check. And it's still going over the same stuff here. Is there a story about lab experiments of plasmoids from this PhD? Now, if you're doing experiments, you'd expect them to be filming it and showing us what they're claiming to be consciousness, wouldn't you? But all they do is write all these papers, but nothing really interesting. There is a insightful question. Is laboratory experiments essential for giving credibility to a theory? The research papers published by Joesph, PhD, and his collaborators primarily focus on quantitative analysis of existing footage. So, in other words, looking at NASA footage, which is bullshit. However, the papers do reference supporting evidence from laboratory created plasmas, though the research team's focus appears to be on analyzing the observed UAP behavior, not generating new experimental data. Okay, the story or evidence about lab experiments is cited in Dr. Joesph's research. Yeah, but where is it? Confirming lifelike behaviors. The papers note that the highly complex lifelike behaviors observed in the thermosphere plasmas are not entirely unique. Similar lifelike behaviors have been demonstrated by plasmas created experimentally. This indicates that the movements and interactions seen in NASA footage, such as accelerating, stopping, following each other, and making turns. I never seen any of them following each other. I think that's just coincidence that two might be heading in the same direction. But there's other factors involved. They're going to be electrostatically charged, right? So they're going to be a bit like a magnet. They're going to start attracting each other as well. So it may look like it's like got intelligence there, but really it's just normal natural processes. And we know water ice particles do have electrostatic charge, and we know that spaceships have electric charge, and the particles can repel from the skin of the craft. So, yeah, it's not really thinking. It's not actually in control of itself. If they suddenly stopped, right, which we know can't happen in space unless somehow the energy is absorbed. If it suddenly stops somehow, means it's got some sort of muscle reaction in the object itself to counteract the spin, then we could say it's living. Because plasmoids keep losing energy and shrinking and then disappear, ball lightning, they can't be alive. They're not absorbing and maintaining themselves, and they're not moving on their own independent thinking. So I think it's all hogwash myself up to this point. Yeah, but if NASA footage is explained, a plasma orb like ball lightning exhibiting intelligence is more solid proof if done and filmed. That's a powerful point. If plasma orb exhibiting complex intelligent behavior could be reliable created and filmed in a controlled lab experiment, it would indeed provide far more solid scientific evidence. It's a bit like these UFO summoners. All we see is dots in the sky. That doesn't prove they're summoning anything. Means they're mistaken or have a mental problem. Now, if they were truly summoning things, they'd have something land 100 feet away or closer or hover above them while they film it and document it, measure with various meters and devices to document it. That doesn't happen. So why do people believe in people like Dr. Grey then still in this field? I can't understand it myself. So you can see, weeks ago I was debating it with it, right? Can't the papers pass through? Can't the plasma pass through the chamber and float in lab? Okay, so that is correct. The ability to make plasma float and move without touching the chamber walls is a key aspect of the research and is successfully done in laboratories, primarily using strong magnetic electric fields. This is fundamental necessary to study the lifelike behaviors, as any contact with the solid surface instantly cools and neutralizes the plasma. How plasma is made to float in a lab. Two main physics concepts are used. Magnetic confinement and electrostatic levitation. Magnetic confinement, we know what that is. Basically, it's a bit like my floating TR3B toy, right? And it's basically in these invisible waves of magnetism where it repels the other magnet's field, and they quite happily sit on top of it. And So it's just going through that, the electrostatic levitation. There's adding some mathematics in there. Passing through is not exactly how it works. The plasma is confined by the fields within the chamber. And I think I asked it, how long does it last? Okay, so they didn't get plasma to float outside field or solid chamber, because we've seen it with ball lightning, and we've heard about ancient stories of ball lightning where it passes through windows without making a hole, and it avoids people in the room, and it's almost asking people to follow it outside again, and hangs around for minutes, right? There's some of the claims, but we've never ever seen that on any video. And we're seeing ball lightning on video that only lasts 20 seconds or less, right? That is the key difference in most scientific. What's going on here? What's it say there? Like I said, it's a lot of reading this stuff, and this is why most people don't like science too much, because it is hard slog, and it takes a bit of brain power to wrap your head around it all. Problematic claim in the ball lightning and UAP plasmoid reports: no scientists have not been able to consistently replicate a stable plasma that floats freely outside a confined field or a solid chamber, and definitely not that passes through a solid object without causing significant damage. The phenomenon passing through glass or walls without a hole remains solely in the realm of unverified eyewitness accounts. Here's a breakdown of why this distinction is so crucial. The physics barrier, energy density, eyewitness conflict. While lab research cannot replicate it, the phenomenon of passing through a window is one of the most persistent enigmatic features reported for natural ball lightning. Now, I've got those stories in my old magazines that I presented in about 8 lives, reading them out and turning the pages and trying to video it for you. And there were kind of some interesting story of the ball lightning. But was it ball lightning? As I'm going to show you next, there's various ball lightning, and it might be that the plasmoids are not all equal. Are they made up with different atoms, like gases? So ball lightning is probably made from the gases in the atmosphere, but could a plasmoid be made from not just gases but solids as well, and that the right combination gets it to last up to 20 minutes. But is it alive still, or is it just responding to the magnetic fields of the environment? But yeah, we'll just go for some interesting stuff on that next. Then I asked it about the paper here. Anyway, we're sort of done there. But yeah, I said, let's just verify this. How long do plasmoids exist before disappearing? The lifespan of a plasmoid, whether in a lab, in the atmosphere as ball lightning, or as a theorized UAP, depends entirely on two factors: confinement and energy supply, what keeps the gas ionized. Without a constant source of energy or stable magnetic bottle, most plasmas disappear in the blink of an eye. But I think it did say duration milliseconds to minutes. So the problem they got here is ball lightning duration 1 to 10 seconds, I reckon, on average. But I've heard 20 seconds elsewhere. So I'm not sure on that. 10 seconds would be the average though, I guess. The feed-in theory. The reason there are theorized to be living is the apparent ability to stay stable for long periods. Now, where would they be getting their energy from in the atmosphere? These UAP plasmoids. It's got to be coming either from the ground itself, the Earth, or it's got to be coming from cosmic radiation, right? Or solar winds. Or it comes from dark energy or slash dark matter. Well, dark matter producing dark energy. Yeah, still kicking in those guys, but anyway, enough on that. So you can see why I was struggling with this particular Plasma Orbs for talking about it, because I knew it's going to be complicated, and most people say I'm too dumb to understand it anyway. And I've got to understand it and then try to break it down to explain it in lay terms for everybody. But yeah, I never said I was perfect, and I certainly don't say I understand it all. Yeah, so what is these guys saying so far? So I've sort of been in my own zone there for a wee while, but we are going to get a wee bit more interesting bits into it. Right, Greer is a grifter. Greer is buddies with a Rockefeller. I think he's buddies with everybody, isn't he? Especially hoaxers. Lawrence Rockefeller was a funder and supporter of Greer's work. Well, I thought Rockefellers were meant to be intelligent in that case. If they're giving Greer money to do something, they certainly got scammed. So yeah, bullshit alert. Well, lucky enough it didn't say he was one of the PhDs in this plasma consciousness stuff. So yeah. So there's another guy in the UFO field that you may have heard of, because we have talked about him in the past, with Robert Farmer, who, by the way, will be coming on the 28th, which will be 27th for you guys. And I'll be putting out a thumbnail and putting the show up ready for you guys. Ready for it. So yeah, we'll see what he has to say to round up the year of 2025. It's been a pretty bad year, really. So looks like he's in Canada anyway, but we'll just go through it here. Charlies Lamoureux, is that how you say it? Maybe we can get it to read out. Let's see. I don't know, it doesn't seem to read scientific papers really well. But what's interesting here is we got this paper from Robert years ago where he was talking about what he was filming in Canada to a PhD scientist, but wouldn't reveal his name, and we just got AE, is it? Or AF? Is it AE or is it AF? So I thought that might have been AV low, but it doesn't look like it, does it? AV, AE. Albert Einstein. Was it F? I can't. It must be E, isn't it? It has to be E. So we'll come back to that in a minute. But so we actually got some videos to look at with this particular guy who's not a scientist. He's just a sky watcher. I probably already got it posted, have I? No. Yeah, I don't think it's the same, no. 2026. Mystery orange. Okay. Oh. The question is it going to let us read it? How do we get rid of that? Go away. Oh, there we go. Okay, so he's got some video, so let's just have a look at the video and then we'll just read out. Oh, is it a video? Well, they're just snapshots. There might be another web page link I've got. Is it a video? Oh, yes, a video. Okay, let's have a watch of this. See what you think. So we're talking about plasma orbs here. Speed reduced by 50%. Looks like I'm going to have to zoom in. Okay, so what is that thing? And why can't he keep it on the center? That looks like an airplane. He says it's sort of semi-transparent. Transparent. Okay, it's not the best of videos, is it? Less than a minute. Got to be a satellite. Now, this is back in 2000, I think, isn't it? What year number are we talking about? 2016 there, but what year was in the video? What does it say down there? I thought I saw a time on it. Down here, what's that say? 2016 as well. Okay, so we're talking about 2016. So there should have been various apps on a phone that you could look up to check to see if it was a satellite. And is this a static camera or what? If it's on a tripod, then all these things are moving all over the place. Or is he just filming it with a handheld thing? So we don't even know that, but that looks like a plane passing there. What's this object in the sky? Is it some sort of debris, you know, or is it some sort of LED balloon? A clear one with like a red LED in it. Is it a Chinese lantern? Why does he think it's living? It's not really doing anything amazing. It's not sort of going around in a circle and then off in all different directions. Could it even be the International Space Station? So there we go, look. Yeah. Is that a bug? So it looks like it went towards it. So it looked like a bug, you know. Maybe it's not a plane. Let's just go back on that one. I don't think there's any talking on it. We've got full volume on. That's clearly a bug. So that means that could be just... He can't be seen with his eyes. I don't think so. So we're going to have to read out what it's all about, because something's not adding up here. So it could be a piece of pollen floating around. Was it being illuminated red though, is the question. Anyway, let's see what he's got to say. I'll read aloud.
Published on June 12, 2016 at 5:47 a.m. Eastern Time. Follow us on Google News.
Yeah, I noticed the time straight away is when you get the sun coming up at sunrise is where you're going to get things illuminated orange, right, and red, like weather balloons. But I'm going to go, why does that insect look like it's touching it and passing by it? Well, that might be just an optical illusion, you know, what do you call it? What's the word? Is it parallax? But anyway, the insect might be actually closer. It may only look like it's attracted to the blob, but it actually changed directions and they crossed open just by consequences. So yeah, let's just keep this going and have a listen.
Written by John Thomas Didymus. Newswriter
Didymus.
Charlies Lamoureux, a veteran UFO hunter from Vancouver in British Columbia, Canada, reports capturing a mysterious orange plasma orb UFO using night vision camera. According to the UFO hunter, although he was able to capture the sphere or orb UFO using his night vision camera, he was unable to capture it using a thermal heat sensing camera. Footage showing the mysterious orb has sparked a controversy. While skeptics say that Lamoureux appears to have filmed city trash, such as a plastic bag floating in the evening breeze, the UFO hunter insists that the perfectly spherical object could not have been a plastic bag and that it was possibly a UFO of extraterrestrial origin. The veteran UFO hunter told Open Minds TV's Alejandro Rojas that he uses specially outfitted equipment he calls Skywatcher's Mobile Unit, SMU, for UFO hunting. The SMU, according to Lamoureux, consists of a regular camcorder, night vision, and thermal cameras. Lamoureux told Rojas that he was skywatching on the night of June 3, 2016, when he captured on camera a mysterious orange plasma orb UFO. He said he could judge, based on his decades-long experience as a UFO hunter, that the object was not a bird, a plane, a satellite, or any other object commonly mistaken for UFOs.
Prove it.
He was able to capture the orb using a color night vision.
You should be able to prove that it's not a satellite, at least. It wasn't clearly wasn't a bird. But those other ones could have been. But yeah, they look more like insects.
Vision camera, but his thermal black and white camera was unable to reveal the object. He noticed the strange object at about 11:45 p.m. on June 3, 2016, while watching the sky with his night vision camera. I noticed an orange fuzzy object and realized it was within
the
200
time's changed. So that's coming up to midnight. Well, that changes things, and that means the sun shouldn't have been able to illuminate it, because it's not in that key signs and horizon of sunrise or sun setting. So that does sort of change things.
200 feet from me since I had to focus the camera, Lamoureux said. I know this because my camera is usually set for infinity, and if I have to focus, then I know the object must be within 200 feet. The UFO hunter described the UFO as a sphere or orb-shaped object. He also explained why he believed it was not a bird or other object commonly mistaken for UFOs by less experienced skywatchers. Most night vision captures I see, I can easily see wings if it's a bird, bug, or any other mundane object, he explained.
Well, we saw wings.
He was also able to rule out the possibility that it was a balloon. This object was semi-translucent, so I ruled out a balloon, he said.
But you
this
get clear,
object was semi-translucent, so I ruled out a...
And you get clear balloons from wedding parties with LEDs in them. Yeah, you can't rule it out like that. Because it's semi-translucent. So I ruled it out as a balloon. He's talking about latex balloons, I think. And Milo balloons, because they're not translucent. But latex can be. They can be clear. So yeah, I'm not sure. That's a kind of crazy statement, that one.
Out a balloon, he said. He also ruled out the possibility that it was trash, such as a plastic bag, being blown in the breeze because there was no wind at the time. I then followed it, and since it was fairly close, I looked directly at the sky and did not see anything, he continued. He then tried to use his thermal camera to pick up the object's heat signature, but the equipment was unable to detect any. The UFO hunter pointed out that his camera is able to pick up the heat signatures of even small birds flying. In fact, he was able to pick up the heat signature of a bird flying above the orb at the time. The video shows the small bird, or heat-emitting object.
So doesn't that discount it being a plasmoid then? Because that's going to be giving off energy, heat energy, and it should show up in thermal. And it should show up on the black and white IR he had. So could it be some sort of anomaly to do with his other camera? Yeah. Have to keep thinking about that one.
Object flying above the mysterious orange orb. Although the bird appeared on the thermal and night vision cameras, the orb was invisible to the thermal camera and appeared only on the night vision. Lamoureux's thermal imager is able to show objects.
So he's being honest here that it was a bird.
Objects with different temperatures using color codes. But the fact that the orb was not visible on the thermal camera shows it was about the same temperature as the surrounding air or even cooler, Lamoureux explained.
Which rules
It's been
out plasma.
15 months since my last witnessed event. This is the real deal and for sure 100% spherical. According to the UFO researcher, the mysterious object appeared to be about 80 degrees over the horizon, southwest of his position. He was also able to estimate that the object was flying at about 30 stories high because the night vision camera captured it flying past buildings. The UFO hunter told Open Minds TV that he was convinced the object was not an ordinary flying object, such as a drone, a bird, or trash being blown in the wind. He noted that the object had a perfect spherical shape. "It's been 15 months since my last witnessed event, and I skywatch almost every clear night since," he said. "This is the real deal and for sure 100% spherical." He submitted the video to MUFON's Mark D'Antonio, an experienced skywatcher himself and expert video analyst. "I looked at the video and noticed that he is using the Luna Optics full-color Microlux camera," D'Antonio wrote in his report. "The sensitivity is about 0.3 lux, so it is an interesting camera. As for what he caught on the footage, it's not very far away, it's only about 100 feet away from him by his own admission," D'Antonio continued. According to D'Antonio, the fact that the object was filmed in an urban area increases the likelihood that it was trash floating in the wind. The analyst said he has found over the years that city trash floating in the wind is often mistaken for UFOs. "It appeared to me to be more like a plastic bag flying around in..."
So, because he looks at a lot of MUFON for a second opinion, he's obviously seen lots of videos with a similar type thing floating past, which has turned out to be plastic bags, clear shopping bags or whatever. But how about the colour though? Is that false colour? Don't know, probably have to look at the camera make and all that.
"In the air," D'Antonio said. "I am not saying that is what it is, but that would account for the reason why there is no thermal signature, which he thought was very important." But Lamoureux pointed out that the object was evidently a perfect sphere, unlike a plastic bag, and that the wind was very still at the time he filmed the object.
Yeah, it doesn't rule out a clear balloon.
But Lamoureux pointed out that the object was evidently a perfect sphere, unlike a plastic bag, and that the wind was very still at the time he filmed the object. He also noted that the video shows the object changing direction, unlike an object floating randomly in the breeze.
Well, we can't really determine that because we can't tell if he's moving the camera or the object's moving. That's why you have another camera set up, but he said that didn't get picked up. Another camera on a tripod on a wide view, maybe it would be like a little speck passing, but at least you'll be able to see it, how it's moving.
Breeze. D'Antonio said his conclusion was only tentative and that it was not a final or definitive identification of the object. But he insisted that the evidence from the video was not sufficient to conclude that the object was of extraterrestrial category.
Yep.
Open Minds TV's Alejandro Rojas recalled that D'Antonio gave a similar opinion years ago when he was asked to investigate a UFO spotted over Las Vegas. See footage below. UFO hunters have been scrutinizing Lamoureux's video to form their own opinion. What do you think? Image via Shutterstock.
So yeah, what do you think, guys? Now, it said there's another link here, but where is it? To that Las Vegas. See footage. There's no link there. So has this been scraped from Shutterstock? Has it been scraped from another website and this added to this one? Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, what do you think it is? What's this one here? Mystery orange orb. What's this stuff over here? What's that there? Building? Yeah. It's not exciting, is it? The orbs never really excite me. It kind of reminds me of the ones I used to get in the bedroom, right? Some of them looked like dust and some didn't. And that's what I keep telling you, there's orbs and then there's orbs, so There you go, not found. Great stuff. I'll post a link to it. You can have a play on your big screens there. But yeah, I'm not really impressed with it. You know, Canada orange orb. So let's see what you guys said. There's a load of trash. I don't actually think it was trash myself. Very small world. Hey, he couldn't possibly be lying or wrong. He doesn't submit reports all the time. Who's that? Who are you talking about? Okay, look, where did we get to? Accomplishment for him. Grey, you mean? He's a buddy to anyone who'll pay him. Yeah. Doubt that. Had hope from Greer in my unaware days. He couldn't possibly be lying or wrong. He doesn't submit reports all the time. So fault. Right on. We can go by that perfect sphere. Yeah. I don't know if it was perfect sphere, but you can have a look on the video. I think some of the movement was motion blur stretching it, wasn't it? But anyway. What's that one? Yep, okay. So this goes to... So this guy's filming these orange orbs all the time. And... So... He's been bugging scientists that study plasma and give them the footage to get their opinions on it. And it's on this article here that he modified and sent it to Robert Farmer years ago. So we couldn't get it to read out last time, and we manually went through it the hard way reading it out. So we'll just read it out here, but yeah, we have got the video where it was from. So that's Charles. And here's the video, and there's a picture of this Charles guy. That's part of Robert's group, I think. Secret Research. So that's where we were talking about it. It should read it. We've done it before. You can see where we're trying to get the readers to work. This is before Edge was around, I think. We had to use another one to do it, which wasn't as good. And Edge is not perfect either. One day it'll be perfect though. It'll be like a real person. I suppose if you pay for the AI, and then they give you the perfect version. So that was back when was it, last year? And he got 7 likes back there too, 4 years ago. Okay, so this Plasma Orbs stuff has been going on for some time. I'll give a link to it, but we'll redo it here. We'll go through the article that we did. Where he's trying to get them to talk about consciousness and that they're living or whatever. Rob on Canada's Plasmoids. I guess do that. So you can have a watch of it after if you want. Okay, why is it not opening? What's going on? Something strange going on again. Go away, Men in Black. Okay. Let's give it a read, see if it works. Right. Here we go. CPU. Oh no. This time. Here we go. Yeah, let's see what this 21 pages is on about. It's taking a while to think about it. It's gonna blow up. It's gonna go. It's gonna crash the system. It will go in a minute, probably. Just as we get impatient. Now we need a punch bag here. Paul's losing his mind. What's up, guys? I got a Plasmoid and a Google Play button. I wonder what his Christmas episode will be this week. He's probably playing it now, is he? We have to do it in the new year. We've run out of time. What do you think it's doing? Shouldn't be that hard. But I don't think there's anything we can do about it. What's that say there? Voice options. Shouldn't take that long. Let's hear. None of these companies test out their own products. I'm pretty sure when I was testing it before the show it was working. What can I do? It's just a reload maybe. Doing the same. Just do it. I tested it, it was working. Anyway, let's just highlight a little bit. Maybe I pressed up here, was it? Nope. What's the one we're looking for? We'll come up there. It should work. Close reader. Damn, stupid thing. Okay, reload. What's that there? Workspace, no. Where's select all disappear to? Maybe it's just too much for it now. Maybe close and open again. Let's try that. It was working the other day. Sabotaged again. The thing is, it hasn't got a thing on the reader thing here, has it? Read aloud, so maybe I have to select it there instead. Maybe just need to be less impatient, maybe. So look, we're being sabotaged again. Shouldn't be this hard. Don't look like that many words on the page, so I wonder what could be interfering with it, and then in that case. Mind you, I'm not sure if I had all the software running together. I don't think it's working. What if there's a way to convert it to text, maybe? What have we got here? What's that say? Highlight. Colors. Translate. Hey? It's brought up that, but it hasn't actually translated anything. English detected to see, I think it's having trouble. Okay, so it looks like it's highlighted that there, is it? Chat. No, we want to chat. It should be able to do that. It's highlighted. Highlighted. Read aloud. That's really weird. broadcast media to the device. No. Refresh forward. Add text. Really weird. That makes no sense. Is there a way to copy it and put it into a different format, maybe? So he's talking. Oh, right. AE. Aerospace Engineer. That's what AE stands for. Okay, we know that much now. I wonder who that is. Doesn't look like there's much there. I think I had this trouble last time. We sort of gave up. Sounds a right click and highlights it. Great stuff. What's on that one? Save as. What's it doing? Save as. Okay, PDF. Only gives us one option. And I've got it. Okay. I didn't really want to read it out. I wonder how it works to read it. It should be all local, shouldn't it? Shouldn't have to be a hacker to get things working. Shouldn't be this hard. Inspect. No. Okay. Paste. Copy. But if you make it into a text document, will it work? Good question. Okay, let's just try something. Rich text document. Here we got to be a computer scientist. Paste. Oh, no, it didn't read it in. Open. Browse documents. I think I put it in there. Where is it? Engineer. I can't see it. Aerospace, it should be at the top. Actually, I should be able to paste them. There it is, there. Open. Open it. What the hell's it doing now? Not supported. What's it trying to load it into? Text maker. Oh god, you think it'd be able to do PDF? Okay, no. Shite. Nitro. Nitro. Have we got Nitro? Open with. God, I've got so many. Nitro. Again, I might have to give up on this. I might have to do it the hard way. What's it? Why can't I see it? Oh, this is ridiculous. Would Word better open up PDF? Probably not. WordPad or whatever. Crash. What the hell is it doing? That was a bad idea. I don't think it did anything. What's that there? Page view. 2 page, single page. I don't know if that will affect it or not. No. Alright. Yeah, let's do it the hard way. Yeah, I tested it all out before the show. And it worked. Perfect. No, we don't search. We want to zoom in. Where's the magnifier? How do we magnify it? There. Okay. Let's do it the hard way. Aerospace statements. Probably too big now. Aerospace statements in response to orb phenomenon questions. From Charles Skywatcher. I still can't read it. Dated 2014 to 2018. All statements have not been altered in any way. Most statements are in response to my questions about the orb phenomenon I've been filming and seeing over Vancouver, Canada. His name will be kept confidential as required. Same old. Why is he too scared to say what his name is? Is he telling some top secret stuff? Aerospace engineer. Okay, dear Charles, many thanks for your message. Precisely, I added you because I had already seen your channel, YouTube channel, with some interesting infrared videos. Now, what scientist would be interested in a UFO channel? Who would be in aerospace? Have to be that Matthew, whatever his name is, that's on Proof Is Out There. Indeed, I work for the aerospace industry within Europe and North America. Unfortunately, I could not. It's going to be hard for my eyes. Not define what you captured on your videos with only the information images provided on them. But they do not behave as any of the spacecrafts I know, human-made or not. Many of these elements do not even have a defined molecular structure, so they could just represent what is called a quantum energy condensation from an unknown source. This topic about the orbs and many other sky anomalies is really complicated. There are many sources that work as the cause of these anomalies, even though I can assure you that strange objects are orbiting close to polar regions, and those are not man-made artificial satellites. Wonder if it could be that girl, Beatrice or whatever her name is. Regarding my quote, please feel free to use, but never provide my name, since I'm currently working under different security clearance. But this theory, respect to the so-called quantum energy phenomenon, is a variation of the known as network theory, and only represents a small quantities of these objects that appear close to ground, max to approximately 8 kilometers altitude, depend on the region. Thanks again. No, I will never use your name, and probably not use quantum energy condensation too much, as it really over my head. I told one of my Facebook friends, and he sent me some info on the subject. Anything you tell me will be completely confidential. I'm really interested for myself, because I can't find any answers at all. I film them regularly, and they seem to hang around my balcony. But not for the last 3 months, so many have left. What was that? This was my first orb, and is this what you are referring to as the network? Because everything you... It's funny how it read out the other PDF, right? Is it because of all the extra lines in this PDF? It's got some character in there that must throw off the reader. It must be, because the other PDF played fine. It should have been working. I shouldn't have to be struggling with my eyes trying to read this. Okay, so look at this plasma-like orb, very intelligent, and hung around for several months and never returned. Okay, I'm not sure what he's showing him, because he hasn't put a link to the video. Just wondering if what I'm doing filming these objects help you and your colleagues. That sounds like that person we were talking about before, when he talked about his colleagues. What was his name? Joesph. Anyway, how they react and travel in sky, just curious. Charles, as I told you, the topic of these orbs and other floating elements is a sensitive issue, since they are not related to man-made causes or any other common nature effect. How does he know? Any of these structures that you're filming cannot hold or cannot be grabbed. They do not follow the general physics laws, but they are running through the relativistic and quantum domains in our current knowledge level. Once we started changing our perception of reality, creating proper mathematical models that unify the most basic laws of physics, electromagnetics, atomic and macroscopic, nuclear and gravitational, we could start to understand reality from a more real perspective. Unfortunately, all these topics are not studied within the public domain institutions, and my domain is relative to other different topics. Sounds like a gobbledygook going, doesn't it? Sounds like something like those secret space program guys that talk about 20 and back, which is a load of crap. Thank you. My apologies if I'm asking more questions than I should. Okay. Let's just skip on a bit. Obsessed. I never wanted to believe in UFOs. I'm a professional medical practitioner and consultant. So again, my apologies. So that's the Charles person. Charles, don't worry, no apologies needed. The topic goes further than just UFO, aliens, or whatever society has programmed you to think about. It's mainly about a deeper understanding of life itself. I'll be glad to receive any material from your side. I'm always open to provide some feedback. Much appreciated. I'm in the process of writing a white paper on my experiences last 3 years since winter. It's cloudy most of the time. Give me some time to work on something. I hope you are well. Cloudy and rainy days in Vancouver for the next few months. There we go. Went on to page 5. Oh god. Goes on a bit then. Couldn't find anything on the internet and wondered if you had a chance to see anything really cool while it passed Mars. What passed Mars back in 2014? Was it some sort of space probe or comet? Busy day for you. All the best. Hey Charles, sorry for my late reply. Comments regarding the comet passing Mars, but I have been and still am really busy lately. I didn't receive some more pics, but they are nothing special in terms of resolution or further details. Just check these sites where you can see more information. What sites are they talking about? Today it was a really crazy day with the Philae landing. Really exciting event. Charles, thanks for the link. You are probably so busy. What an exciting place to be. Congrats and hope tests come back more positive tomorrow. Scientist doesn't like to talk much. Hey, wonder if you would be interested in audio interview. Of course you ain't going to be interested, are they? Hi Charles, good to hear from you gang. Are you doing well over there in west coast of Canada? In a couple of months I'll be heading to NASA in Ohio and Langley for some months. So what's your approach for the documentary? What kind of content include, please feel free about, let me know. So that was 2015. So is he still working on this documentary? Audio or video Skype? No, not Skype. Looking forward to hearing from you. Sorry for my late reply. I cannot access these messages before. I'm not available until Thursday. Okay. Totally understand your position. We would only ask your questions on dynamics of possible causes of these lights seen in the sky and ones I've captured. They are not really going the ET route at all. Sky video, we would blur out your image. Hi, I have not heard back from you, so I can only assume you do not have time or feel like you would like to chat. Hi Charles, good to hear from you. I really feel sorry for my late replies, but I totally forgot to send you a message. My most sincere apologies. Typical scientists are crap to deal with. At the moment, I'm still in Washington. Are you finally organising any event related to UAPs? Documentary. I was wondering if it's okay to use your quote. You're not going to get an interview. We can use his email. I forgot to. The sighting last year captured this bright UFO just above my apartment. Night vision. Charles, it's always good to hear from you. Blah 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 blah. I'm not sure if the IR fingerprint is based on the sensor or your receptor, but the trajectory discards several possibilities. Commonly by IR sensors, this kind of circular or orb-shaped object can be detected in lower levels of the atmosphere. Because we can't see what he's showing this scientist, right? So. It'd be funny if someone was flying a LED ball around at the top of his apartment, and that's what he's been filming for the last 5 years or whatever. Blue bright like a lead light. Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? It could be just a man-made object. So yeah, how much of this crappity do we go through? Okay, talking about balcony windows, about reason why I thought maybe someone, here we go, with a larger quadcopter was flying between buildings. Colour of blue lights were exactly the same. Exactly, mate, exactly. And then you got LED kites, LED balloons, and you can mount all sorts of RC controls to any of those. So I thought we might going to get something really juicy here about the plasmoids, but like him talking about an experiment or something, but doesn't look like it from just skimming this now. Before you like to see a video from Alaska recently, blah blah blah, Fairbanks. Up to 15 pages at the moment. it's man-made or not, but ruling out just about everything so far known man-made. I don't think he has ruled out everything. Now that's the problem with Skywatchers. They need to get someone impartial to always check out what they claim to be aliens, right? Last correspondence, June 2018. Static8films.com. Suppose we can have a look at that link there, couldn't we? What's these guys up to? Stargazer, how's it going? The only time we ever seen them, they really exist and are not a myth. Okay, 20 and back. Bullshit. Yeah, interesting, Stargazer. A few of them came directly over the top of us. 30 miles with no propulsion. Yeah, unless we see what you're seeing, we can't rule out it being man-made or mistaken identity here. We're seeing the anti-gravity triangles. So if you've seen them, why haven't you filmed them? And as close as a civvy could get to one. I saw 7 over 25 minute span. Incoming hurricane. Yeah, Santa's else must be interfering. Yeah, we gave up on that redone. One worked, one PDF worked, the other PDF seemed to get stuck in a loop. It must be some strange character on the page, I guess. Should send it to Microsoft and say, look, can't get it to read this. Fix it. Yeah, maybe I should open up the voice line so people can talk about their own UFO sightings. But this is dragging out longer because we're having little problems. So I thought that document might have had something more interest in it, but blah, I think it was a waste of time in the end anyway. I think the stuff I have looked into and questioned is probably better. Anyway, let's so there's another chat with AI. Let's just skim on a bit here. My nose is blocked up too. And now I get a really dry mouth. So, you can see I've been doing a bit of research on this. And using AI a bit. Anyway, this want to play this account from Earl Grey at least about his mother. Now, as you recall, his mother was a very interesting lady that worked with Howard Hughes and also met Von Braun in the underground mole deep base somewhere in the desert in America. And where they got a presentation probably on UFOs and aliens. So there's definitely lots of secrets on the government still. And we've not heard anything on the whistleblower side of things about Earl Grey's mum. But Earl Grey apparently was down in the underground base as a baby growing in the tummy. At the time, he found out later, because she mentioned, "Oh, Earl Grey, Earl, you were with me." Huh? Oh, right. She was pregnant. I miss Earl Grey.
She pushed herself.
Okay, so I think it's around about here. We're getting a bit bigger. Earl's up in the corner here talking. Let's just play it.
Herself up on her elbows, and she's watching this. It moves away from her sister and then goes and moves over towards my mom and is hovering in front of her. And then the thing, it goes back to the the screened-in porch, the screen. It pushes through, and my mom said that as it pushed through, sparks were coming through it.
Really?
And yeah, sparks were flying from it. It sounded like a hive of bees, is what she said. And once it pushed through the screen, my mom got up and she starts following it. She ran after it into the middle of this cornfield. And she finally caught up with it. It stopped, and it was up about maybe 30 feet up in the air. And my mom said that she was standing under it just looking at it, that it was just like this ball of sparklers. And it hung there for a couple of minutes, and then she said it popped, it just disappeared, and she could smell ozone in the air.
That sounds very similar to what Shelley saw, but we'll get her on when she gets home. She's currently on the road somewhere. I don't know where they're gone.
Okay.
So, yeah, if we get... so that was the day that Shelley Morrison was going to come on to about her UFO encounter. But yeah, so we're talking about other things meantime, of course.
A couple of weeks later, the same thing happened again. I'm talking to this woman, and she's a lifelong experiencer, and she says, "Well, this has been happening to my daughter as well." And so I've got like 4 cases that I'm working on right now.
But did it happen to her mother as well? Does it go? How far back does it go? Do they know?
To the mom, it went back to like her teenage years, and the daughter.
Not her mother then said anything about being abducted then.
Yeah, it was not a concept back when this started with her. It was before Bud Hopkins was writing his books and stuff.
Right.
I guess maybe the Hills were out there and all that with Betty and Barney Hill, but
because what happens is if you don't mention it to your mother, the mother won't mention about her abduction to the kids, right? So if you never bring it up, they won't bring up their past history. Say, "Oh, okay, it happened to me exactly the same way." And your grandmother, and so on and so on. It might go back generations, hundreds of years,
Yeah, I think so. Isn't that strange, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, I think my mom had a strange alien connection. I mean, when she was a little girl, you're well aware of the story, Paul, but she had what I guess you would call like an electrically charged orb. It was about the size of a beach ball that went and pushed through their screened-in porch. This was in Iowa back in the 1930s. It would have been. And it pushed through the screen. It hovered over her sister. They slept on the porch because it was so humid in Iowa where they were growing up. And my mom watched this thing hovering over her sister, and she was awake. She pushed herself up on her elbows, and she's watching this. It moves away from her sister and then goes and moves over towards my mom and is hovering in front of her. And then the thing, it goes back to the screened-in porch, the screen. It pushes through, and my mom said that as it pushed through, sparks were coming through it.
Really?
And yeah, sparks were flying from it. It sounded like a hive of bees, is what she said. And once it pushed through the screen, my mom got up and she starts following it. She ran after it into the middle of this cornfield. And she finally caught up with it. It stopped, and it was up about maybe 30 feet up in the air. And my mom said that she was standing under it just looking at it, that it was just like this ball of sparklers. And it hung there for a couple of minutes, and then she said it popped, it just disappeared, and she could smell ozone in the air. That
sounds very similar to what Shelley saw, but we'll get her on when she... Okay, so Earl had lots of great stories like that. But yeah, sounded like something on his mother's side was going there with the alien connection. And the funny how she ended up working in top secret government with these famous people. So yeah, Shelley probably didn't get to hear that, but she might have played it back after her interview. Shelley's gone, is she? Okay. Oh no, she's still here. Yeah, we'll miss him. Yeah, he died too young. He was only 68 apparently, and I thought he was 75. But yeah, he had, you know, if he died before 80, it seems just too young, doesn't it? But yeah, we got, so that's one orb account. Now, where did it disappear to? Did it just simply fizzle out all its energy? Was it really intelligent? And when it passed through the, basically a Faraday cage, it went through the fly screen door, you'd expect it to short out and lose all its energy. So that sounds like a different kind of plasma orb to me. It doesn't sound like a regular ball lightning. And maybe that's where the science is still yet to catch up. Maybe there are still these things called earthlights, or maybe they're part of the way aliens move, creating doorways. Now we've heard on Bigfoot accounts. So yeah, let's see. Sunday Live with Earl. Oh, I'll share that one. You can have a listen to it later. Damn it. Earl on plasma ball. And I'll just look at the next video. Now we're going to have problems. It's getting really slow. I wonder if it's to do magnifier. So ever since we did last Windows update, I think they sabotage it on purpose. I really do. What the hell are you doing? Come on, open it up. Yeah, so we're done with Earl there. And why is he still there? Did I just close the wrong one? Probably. What was before that? Too bad. Probably the Bigfoot one. So this is yeah, which one's this one? Started showing up. Oh, okay, I need to adjust the volume back down. Now, I put this in the episode last night I did, 15 minutes. Doesn't look much, but it's a thermal image of something peeking from behind a tree, which is fairly tall, like 10 feet or whatever. And it has on thermal these white, which don't look like spheres, but that she was seeing them as spheres. But because this tablet she's using with the thermal camera on it is on an angle to the cameraman filming it, it's on an angle, so the spheres look like they're sort of like long streaky messes, right? And these orbs appear, which is what you hear a lot. Yeah, I'll just explain it. That they appear around the head of the so-called Bigfoot that was peeking behind the tree, but there was a big stream or river between the investigators and the Bigfoot. It's almost like he activated something and it started creating these orbs. You could see on the thermal appearing and moving, and then the thermal image of the creature suddenly starts shrinking up to its head, and it turns into like a little orb, and it joins the other ones, and they all disappear on the footage of the expedition Bigfoot. So that's the second time they caught orbs over top of a forest or tree line where there's been a Bigfoot. This time they caught it on thermal. The other time they caught it on regular camera. You could see it on these orbs above the tree appearing, which looked like hovering drones in the distance, but clearly they weren't, and they didn't have any sound or anything. They would have heard them, and then they see them disappear, and then they see this Bigfoot walking along the ridge where the orbs were. So I think that was on the first season even, they captured that on the very end episodes. But yeah, so these orbs seem different to the plasmoids that what Earl was talking about with his mother, and also what they're filming in Canada, if they aren't man-made, that he's been mistaken about. There wasn't much to see on that, so I'll just close it down. Unfortunately, it wasn't very good. And this one here, what was this one? So this one was using that, what's it called now? EMCDD. So it's a what is it? Electron multiplier CCD camera. And this catches these orbs that seem to flick on the camera screen, and which they record in, and they seem to grow bigger and then explode and disappear. And they kept doing that all over the place in the woods around the house, when suddenly they have Bigfoot appear walking along what look like the balcony. So are they teleporting in on that location when they happen to be filming? And I'll just mute it here, but it does eventually play. So it doesn't look much, but these are orbs disappearing out of nowhere. And there's one over here too, near the play button. What are they? Well, I reckon it's to do with opening portals to allow them to enter from their universe into our universe to do hunting here. That's what I reckon. And then they go back. Eventually I hit the play button there. But these orbs again, can only see it with the special electron multiplier, because they're too faint for a regular IR camera to see. And that's what the other guy was saying. On some of his IR cameras couldn't film these plasmoids that he claims, but one camera could. Now you can see those orbs disappeared in a few seconds. And he said it was, see how it sort of flashed there? He said it was like fireworks going off of big flashes, orbs all over the place, like sparklers. We might be able to see some more here. There you go, look. They don't last very long and then they fade away. Okay, so that's all I did of the episode because of copyright. But so yeah, we're finished with that one. So again, we got no size comparison how big those orbs, plasma orbs are. And then we get these ones that we get when we ghost hunting. And no dust, so I'll just bring that one up first. Now we've looked at dust in my room and we know it's not dust, this particular one. And it looks like it's emitting its own light source, and I'm dead to the world.
There's some snoring here.
Hey. So is this the first video or the second one? Because the first one just shows you there's no dust floating around at all, and the other one shows you this one big orb that seems to want to head towards the camera. You can see it's coming up to 6:30 in the morning, and you can see it looks like it's got floodlights in there, but this is how good these sensors are now with just a few infrared LEDs. That's all. So this is a Sony sensor as I'm talking about here, and these cameras are only like $30 camera, but look how good the image is compared to what we get from the Navy footage, right? And you can't, hasn't got the other camera anymore because okay, so there's no windows open, and the doors and generally closed all day long. And I've never seen any insects flying around in this room because it is shut up most of the time. But it is the coolest room in the house, which they say that spirits tend to absorb heat energy, right? And they cause a cooler environment. So maybe there's something going on in that room when no one else is in it that makes it the coolest room in the house. But these are heavy curtains here that don't let any sun through, and there's no window open, but you'll see in a minute this bright orb, which looks like a plasma orb, pass through, and you can see it zigzags all over the place and then heads towards the camera, but we never see it on the camera throughout the rest of the night. So if it was a bug, it was a really strange bug. It flew across the room and then decided to go asleep at 6:30 in the morning. The paranormal or the aliens destroyed it. So it's not in the room anymore. Yeah, so I used to have a camera over here. So we had both cameras filmed, so you could see that if you wanted to prove that there was nothing touching the camera over this side, that it would be visible on each camera in each corner. One in that corner, one in this corner. Don't work. And what happened this night too is the SD card on the camera here was totally corrupted. I had to reformat it. Had to replug it in. But lucky enough, I got it streaming to the box in the kitchen. Where I was capturing it. But anyway, and the hallway one too was also corrupted. 2 SD cards had to be formatted and reinitialized to get them working again. So I had no other stuff apart from this one video, these videos here. So yeah, I'm laying on my right side because if you've got stomach problems, acid reflux and stuff, it's best to lay on your right. It also helps not get sick in the mornings, but often you move in night time, right? But you can see if I play this, I'm snoring. My nose was terribly blocked that night. I didn't put any spray in my nose because you can't use it every day. And the day you don't use it is when you can't breathe, right? Especially at night time. Right now. Sometimes I just do alternative nostrils, so one blocks up and the other one is free. It somehow stops. Yeah, so we have got sleep apnea. I probably shouldn't muck around with it though. Bogies or snot, if you want to. Need to move it on faster somehow. But probably stuff up. So just be warning, there's some terrible snoring on it. So just be I sound like the lawnmower man. Let's just mute that. How do we mute it? Oh, we'll just turn it down. There we go. So, no movement. Nothing strange happening, is it? It looks very quiet. You can't see no dust. Compared to what we've seen in the past with a lot of dust as well as strange things flying around, which some said were bugs, but... I'll just come on a bit, see if I can pin it further. It's a shame I haven't got a regular camera in there to see. Okay, so I need to get where it comes out the curtain. Because it's not coded properly. VLC to be able to handle that. Should really cache it. There you go. Yeah, there it is. Where did it come from, guys? It just comes out of nowhere. From there to there. And that's thick curtains there. So how did it pass through that? It disappeared out of nowhere. Like a plasma thing. Now look, it's changed directions. Change directions. We've got some motion blur happening. It's moving so fast. Now it's heading down towards me, flying right over top of me here. Look how bright it is. And it's not a regular shape. Look. There's a wee bit of motion blur there. But look at that funny shape inside it there. It almost looks like a letter C, doesn't it? And you can see the circles on the bedspread. It almost looks like it's got a chunk missing there too, doesn't it? It's like semi-transparent. Just like that guy in Canada filming his orange orb. Because it's on AI, infrared. IR, I mean. We don't know if it's colour or not. And we haven't got the colour night vision in there anymore. I had to buy a new camera to replace it. But yeah, what is it? It doesn't look like a bug, does it? Beats me. And going through it. And it doesn't look like a normal dust particle. Dust particles tend to be like flickery and more transparent than that. But it's not flickering like a normal dust thing. Look at that. Suddenly got brighter in one frame. It looks like an unhappy face here, but that's part of the circle going through it. See the circle lines here? Looks like an unhappy smiley face. That's Paul going to rant. Rant about truthers that have double standards. There we go. Now it's going up again. It's moving all over the place. We've got some motion blur. Now it's sipping over here. Sipping all over the bloody place. Look, bang, every direction. Whoa, look how fast that moved. Where's it gone to? One massive blur there. It left a streak behind, but it's gone. It's a shame I haven't got a regular camera in there to see if there's a spot of light. Look, it moved so fast that it left a streak. It's near my head now. There's my hand, and my head's up here. Now it's gone. And we never see it again. And you got to remember, so what the hell is that, guys? Still scratching my head on that one. Didn't look like a bug. Couldn't see any wings. Yeah, definitely looked like it was like a ball of plasma energy. So, like I said, we got all these different types. Well, yeah. Maybe there's still more science to come on all that. Okay, what was this one? Alright, let's talk about the mother and all that. I think there was another one. What did I close down? We can't spend all day on it, I suppose. So yeah, what's all the other stuff I got here? Quantum physics of plasma, plasmoids, consciousness, fourth domain of life. How consciousness became the universe. So, this is this Joesph guy. And as we know, he based it on NASA footage. So I went looking for his paper on it, and this is it. I might just post it to you. You can have a look through it. But you can see there's a lot of reading. Plasmas also change shape, some consistent of multiple many plasmoids. And it's talking about the NASA footage again. This one, right? Which is unremarkable, really. It's pretty low quality garbage, really. There's the Tether, which was glowing. And these all these what NASA said was ice particles, but probably are just the grommets that we're talking about. All going in different directions. Yeah, it's just garbage, right? Analysing that. That kind of reminds me of that other guy that looks into, what's his name? I forget it. But he spent like 2 hours just explaining the NASA footage, comparing it to what do you call it, Inca discs or whatever they were called, Mayan discs. But you can see it's just garbage. And now he's got this one here. So this just proves that there's 3 scientists, and one of them's AV Lab, and this guy. Right, he's talking about lightning storms and seeing these plasmoids being formed, which is like ball lightning, right? So that one's probably legit. And he's seeing how they're interacting with each other, but that because they're charged, right? And they're in a field, the Earth's field, and they're in probably solar wind too. We expect them to react, repel, and attract. So yeah, so he's got those, and then he's got this crappy looking one. What's this one? Electromagnetic radiation, Tether. Let's talk about the Tether again. It's just garbage, man. Now he's talking about the sun ejecting buds, numerous buds, ropes. So that's got to be a rope. And what's this one? Worms, critters, I don't know. Bacterial brain. How's he connecting that to the other ones? Comparing the nervous system of invertebrates and with sphericals of plasmoids. So yeah, this comes across a wee bit like pseudoscience, doesn't it? Hunters and grazers and floaters. Stop grazing on me. So what was that orb in my bedroom up to, I wonder? Was it sucking my energy out of me? Or was it simply heading towards the cupboard? And you know that spirits like to hide in cupboards for some reason. Or was it simply just passing through the house like it wasn't there, and it was passing into the next room in the house? And so on, and then eventually going back outside again. Who knows? It's not like we could have tracked it and followed it from the bedroom to where it went to. Yeah, so yeah, this guy spent a lot of effort on this, and that's not really science, as far as I'm concerned. And now we're talking about neurons in the brain, are we? Networks of electromagnetic rope cables. No, it's got to be neurons, isn't it? What have we got here? Yeah, it's got to be. Then you'll probably be talking about quantum computers. Oh yeah, the brain. I don't know if you want to read through all that crap, but yeah, after seeing that, I wasn't impressed. Especially when he's one of 3 scientists, and A.V. Loeb's is another one which we don't really like too much either. So that makes the third one even more or less likely to be likable. But I'll post a link to that one called, what was his name again? Joesph. PhD, was it? PHF report. I don't know. How would you peer review that? You know, I suppose you could check the maths and say, yeah, it's peer reviewed. It's ridiculous, really. Philby, how's it going? Someone from Pilled at last. See, I'm the only one that takes on these complicated topics and tries to break it down for everybody. I'm not sure, it just drives you batty, doesn't it? Novelist Peter F. Hamilton has a very interesting take on intelligent orbs called self beings of pure consciousness, free from physical form. They explore the universe to gain knowledge. Well, it sounds like a good story. Still recall the encounter. We'll never forget Earl Grey Anderson. Yes. Yeah, never forget him. I miss him as much as Charlie Roo. I think about Charlie every day. So we're finished with that bit. So I'm not going to be bothered reading out that garbage, right? It doesn't appeal to me at all. Now this one here, found it on UFOs. 1 year ago, exploring plasmoids, hypothesis connecting UAP consciousness and paranormal phenomenon. Now, I'm not sure who did it. I won't be surprised if it's RV Lab. RV Loeb. I mean, conclusion: intersection of plasmoid physics, consciousness, and electromagnetic fields offers a new way to understand various paranormal phenomena. Remember, we're talking about UAPs, astral protection, ghosts, or poltergeists. These guys just don't have a clue. I think it's connecting. The orbs are part of the portal creation, the things that, well, is related to aliens, but allows things to pass from one universe into another universe. So I think there's probably something faster than the speed of light myself, because we're talking about spooky action at a distance and how they can communicate with each other regardless of the distance in between. And it doesn't make sense. There has to be some sort of connection between the two particles when they make a what do you call it? What do you call it? What's the word I'm looking for? Where you create two particles that spooky action and distance. What's the word I'm looking for? It's out of my head anyway, but there has to be like some sort of particle that moves faster than the speed of light that communicates between the two particles. And it almost seems like it's instant. Entanglement is the word I was looking for. When you create entangled particles. And normally it's done by antimatter, as they claim. Like electron as antimatter particle is a positron. And it can spit out the two particles, but they are able to communicate with each other. And also they're able to phase change a photon into two photons entangled. Now, I did actually question AI about all this stuff, but so someone said here it's all speculation. Yeah. But instead of the drones in theory, so everybody's talking about drones and orbs. And I thought there might be something interesting there, but I left it posted. What's this one? Just empty tab. What do we got here? Alright, so I asked it what a plasmoid was, and this goes back to 2003. Plasmoid is a compact plasma structure with an integral magnetic field. They have been studied extensively in controlled fusion research and categorized according to relatively strength. So that's what I'm saying. There's plasma and there's plasma. So I'm thinking there's different types of plasma, and only one has consciousness, or appears to have consciousness, but it's not actually living because it hasn't got DNA and it's not self consuming energy to keep itself sustained, which is what I said at the beginning of this episode. It's complicated stuff, right? So it's talking about particle accelerator, is it? I'm not sure why I kept that. Maybe just because of that statement at the front. But we're probably going to wrap up soon, aren't we? Probably need... I'll get rid of that Reddit post. And there was some other stuff here. Yeah, cool. So we're talking about these other sky watchers here. UFO intros. Here is a sped up clip from Mike Baltissa. Baltissa? I'm not sure that's how you say it. These are the guys that appear on the Good Trouble show and Ross Cohart shows, and they say they're filming orbs that they summon. We'll just play the video again to refresh your memory. And you can see these things are low on the horizon, and the moving and flaring at the horizon event there near the ground, which kind of suggests they are mostly Starlink satellites. And of course they're been slowly being added all the time into space to form a complete chain. Here is obviously not complete trains, but they're in certain groupings. And until they got the full trains, you ain't got full coverage really. But they're meant to communicate with each other in space, transmitting the data packets from one side of the world to the other or whatever. So they're trying to say this is fascinating footage. I think it's pretty boring and it's pretty mundane. But they think it's fantastic. You notice each and every one of these orbs are moving in a straight line and look remarkably similar to dozens of LED footage I captured last year. And of course Flaky analysed it and confirmed it as known satellites. So there's the footage here, and here's the computer simulation. And we should be able to see the same patterns. There we go, patterns here and there. Bingo, that's how you use software. And knowing flight paths. And you can work out what you're seeing are not summoned UFOs at all. And it's debunked. Unfortunately, PsychRec doesn't have the sun to cause flare, and I suppose MacRest has got to program that in yet to get it as close as real life simulation as possible. But it's pretty cool. And you can see it from the same point of view they were. But these guys, these skywatchers, are meant to be scientists. They're meant to be able to do all the stuff that average Joes on the web like us are doing and rule out nonsense, right? So this is why we don't trust these people that are saying orbs, conscious orb, plasma orbs, because they may not be. It might be just satellites. And they look like they're meeting up with each other, but it's only because they're in orbit in such a way that they're meant to. Okay, what did I say here? I was asking lots of questions. We'll just go through it actually. So I asked it here what Charles's qualifications are. And it's found a profile on him. So he's got ice hockey qualifications. It's got his physical spec. It's almost 6 foot tall, is it? 170 pounds. Right-handed. Chess player. Real estate. Broker. What else did he say he was? Medical practitioner, wasn't it? But I don't see it listed here. No, it's not in there. Real estate. As well-known Canadian skywatcher, UFO researcher, British Columbia, while often referred to in media context as the UFO hunter. His qualifications are primarily rooted in independent observation and the use of high-end optical technology rather than a formal academic background in ufology or extraterrestrial science. his cool quals and activities, skywatching expertise. I didn't know that was actually a specialist topic, but anyway, specialized equipment and Generation 3 night vision gear. How to use it, yeah, okay. Media documentation worked, gained significant public attention when he captured high quality footage of pulsating UAPS energy orbs over Vancouver, which we've watched already. Research focus. His focus is on documented UAPs, public contribution. He frequently shares his findings and interviews insights with the UFO community, like Robert Farmer. Note on professional background: outside his skywatching pursuits, he has worked in professional environments such as DNGEG, a major visual effects and animation studio, in roles like production assistant, technical, video and image and software, so making movies. Is not a professional scientist. Well, he's often labelled as a UFO hunter, so it's just repeating it again. And you may be potential confusion with others. Dr. Dennis, Canadian professor, and Charles H, a botanist. So similar names, but not him. So it's good to know who we're dealing with. So that's why he's talking with other scientists, because he's not one. I asked Flaky about the video. I said, has he debunked this one, because it's an old one, and these guys have been around a lot longer than I have. Always thought, it should be thought, not, it's got a missing T, perhaps weather balloons, sunlit, not sure on time he films. Yeah, he did actually say midnight in the end, didn't he? So it can't be sunlit weather balloon in this case, but he thinks orbs are alive compared to what they got in the lab as scientists. So we just found out he's not a scientist, but other scientists are claiming they have duplicated in the lab, but I don't know. So, some confusion there. So he says he haven't looked at that one. Okay, hasn't looked at that one, but looks like a Chinese lantern, he reckons. I don't think it is a Chinese lantern, but anyway. And a quick check of his channel suggests the sightings are off the ISS satellites and planes. Now, I did have a look at his channel, and I have to agree. I thought they were ISS satellites and planes, and I posted a comment on each of them. Someone said on that vid 9 years ago, Charles, great catch, too bad you have such a huge amount of light pollution on your condo balcony. I have a feeling this would have been bright orange in the dark sky. Don't know though. But he said here, a friend who sees these often from his northwest Tucson residence views them over Bureau of Land Management territory kept watch over by the Border Patrol. He became friendly with the Border Control agents during his night watches, and so talking about Arizona, I think here. Tucson, Arizona. One of them fessed up that they did indeed see them all the time, and yet they do not register on their thermal equipment. F-16s are often scrambled after them from our Davis Moffin Air Force Base, and the lights blink out when the jets arrive. So, that sounds like Foo Fighters, doesn't it? So, there's a mystery there. And, makes you wonder, maybe, if they're used for portal opening and closing, they also could be like remote controlled to be able to collect and send data back. So these orbs flying around the sky might be collecting data, or opening portals, allowing things to fly in and out. From their universe, their planet. Anyway, yeah, so if we went there, and then there, and then click on YouTube, that'll take us to his channel. And there it is. Just shrink it down again. So if we go to his main page here, so you got the link, so you can do the same what I just did here. If you go to his videos, he's got some that are UFOs. Strange light elongated object. So you can see which ones I looked at. So that one there. And when I looked at this one, I thought International Space Station passing overhead on that one. It's got a strange zoom effect to amplify it there for some reason. So, what is it? I said, where's the tracking apps in real time with the footage? These low-flying red ones that disappear in 1 to 4 minutes tend to be International Space Station. Okay. He hasn't replied to it. And then we looked at other ones here. And we got one with a lightning storm, is it? And it looks a pretty violent lightning storm, doesn't it? Why is it not playing? I don't know what's going on. Confirmed UAP. I'm not sure what we're looking at here. What's these blue arrows? Do you see anything? I don't in this one. Probably need some better editing. Then these showed up. So, let's see. I've shown a laser at something moving, but it could be anything. It could be a bat, a bird being spooked from its roost during the lightning. He's saying it's not bats or birds. I beg to differ. How does he know it's not that? So that's what that is. I thought it was a laser. He's got a blue laser. That's a fairly powerful one too, which is probably illegal. Okay, we saw something that looked like a bug there. Classic UAP mimicking laser color. Where? This guy should go and work for Skinwalker Ranch. Okay, we got something moving there. And the reason that's the same color as the laser is because it's a small insect closer to the camera where he's filming that's being illuminated by the laser. Obviously, because some of the light gets scattered from the laser, right? And some of it will illuminate a small bug that's in front. So there, yeah, that's just garbage, you know. This guy is not coming across as a real expert to me at all. But he does debunk, which is kind of interesting. He does dismiss some things. A V-shaped object. Okay, let's have a look at this one. Went outside my balcony. He needs to get out more. Okay, so let's have a look. Okay, we got something moving in the sky. And when I saw that, straight away I thought a number balloon. So what number are we looking at? Or a letter balloon? Look, it's rotating in the wind, just like a balloon would. And one that's especially uneven like that will go all over the place if it's not weighted, right? So I reckon that's a letter V there. And of course it's not going to be like a UFO because it's going all over the bloody place. Plus, pardon my French. Okay, so I think I said that was a letter balloon. And no reply. The way it's moving looks like a letter V miler balloon. And yeah, it just makes me wonder. It looks like the US Enterprise. No. This is what the UFO community needs a lot more of. Posters who don't think everything they see is a mothership. Okay, so what did he think it was? I went outside. What did he say it was? The object was travelling much quicker. Nevertheless, can't see this being anything but man-made object, not a balloon. So he's wrong. It's clearly a balloon. The way it's tumbling, spinning with the air current as it's moving. So it's not what we want. We want someone that's a wee bit more knowledgeable, and he's been meant to be doing this for 10 years or more in the field. So yeah, go and check out the rest of his videos if you want. There might be some interesting ones there. I don't think he's got too many up actually. Let's have a look. It's got a few. Yeah, it's quite a lot to look through there. So here we go for time anyway. What's happened to my other screen? All sorts of crazy things has been going on. Is it still recording? It won't let me open Sesame. Oh yeah, we forgot about that. We got no way now. So it must be coming up to 4 hours, is it? 11. Yeah, it must be getting close. We're not doing too bad for time. Okay, we've been through that one, orange plasma. So we're done with that one. And we're done with flaky. I think we're finished actually. It's not bad timing. And then I come across this article here. Plasma blobs hint at new form of life. And this is in 2003. Physicists have created blobs of gaseous plasma that can grow, replicate, and communicate, fulfilling. So have we got a video of this? No. Split into... He found that spheres could replicate by splitting into two under right conditions and got bigger. So where they're getting the energy from though? Trapped inside a bounty of inner nucleus of gas atoms. The energy and initial spark govern their size and lifespan. So this electric spark caused a high concentration of ions, electrons to accumulate at a positively charged electrode, which spontaneously forms spheres. Had a boundary made up of two layers, the outer layer negatively charged electrons and the inner layer of positively charged ions. See, it doesn't mean it's alive. And has consciousness. Romania. So yeah, it should have been a video of this, shouldn't it? 2003. Temperature trouble. Work for life on other planets. The cell-like spheres we described could be at the origin of other forms of life we have not yet considered. Okay. Could be life out there, but not as we know it. Sounds like Star Trek episode. Biochemical evolution. Electric storms. Now, I'll post you the article there. I had it Alright, I got it through this thing called Remove Paywall. As you can't read the article. I'll post a link to it and you might be interested in it, but also the article. Actually, you have to pay to read the. So I'll just say new sphere experiment, but we haven't got a video off, which is a bit of a shame. But would you class it as a new form of life? I don't know. Maybe it's too long to post it. Let's see what happens a minute ago. Might work, I don't know. Got a feeling it's going to be clipped. Yeah, it looks like it's got clipped in it. That's a limitation of stupid comments. What's happened there? Is it getting crazy? I think I have to give up. Anyway, it won't let me open again now. No. Must come up to 4 hours on Pilled. Pilled is chopped off. Wasn't a bad guess, I worked out the time, because we don't have to counter on our admin panel. At least I can't see where it is anymore on YouTube. Is it going to open? Is it going to open? Let's just close down the alien head. Bye bye. I'm gonna have to close off now. Actually, I was going to open it up for everybody to have a chat, but we'll see what happens after Christmas. Rob might have his little chat, and then we might open it up to free for all for everyone to have a chat. We'll see how it goes if you're interested. 28th, no, 27th your time. Oh, here we go. What was the end bit of that? Oh, it's gone again. Bring it back, you. I'm being sabotaged again. Come on. It probably goes on for moles. Look at this craziness. Oh, it's gone again. It's got all that on the end, so I don't think it worked. Plasma blobs. Anyway, it's a new scientist. You might be able to look it up. And the webpage keeps disappearing here. I think my computer's got too hot and it slowed right down. Oh, my eyes. You know, wear glasses for too long when they magnify it really does your eyes in. It's meant to help your eyes. It seems to do your eyes in. Try again. New scientist. I'll try posting that one. But if you click on that, you'll see it'll come up with a paywall. Looks like it's still too long. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be too long still. Anyway, too bad. You might be able to search it if you want to have a full read of that. Again, I tried to close that and it didn't go. No, we ain't got enough CPU for some reason. There's something strange going on. It must be the magnifier fighting with the browser. Okay, let's close it down if we can. I did ask a lot of other questions. Was that the other one? Oh, what's happened there? I got a ding dong for something. Didn't sound good. Still streaming? Now it'll close. What's the last bits here? There was another chat I had with AI. So is anything there we can finish up on? Or was it the one we already read? Oh yeah. I think I asked it what pre-life meant. Oh yeah, it's the one we... Yeah, let's just re-ask it. I think I must have closed it down. Oh, that's probably the other one I closed down wrongly, probably. What is meant by pre-life? Sounds like a computer game. In the contents of Plasma and UAP, pre-life refers to non-biological entities that exhibit the fundamental behaviors of living organisms but lack the genetic material like DNA required to be considered alive by traditional standards. Self-organising. Okay, we have sort of covered a wee bit of that already. Replication, growth, consciousness link. Because they process information via complex electromagnetic networks, some theorists believe pre-life forms possessed a primitive or consciousness. Okay. Yeah, we're done. We're done for today, I think. Again, we'll probably cover again in the future when new tools and more videos or something interesting happens. So I think there's different types of plasma or plasmoids, and only one is unique out of them all, really. The other ones might be just used for tools like opening portals. The spirit orbs, don't know what they are. I don't think they're the same as the other plasmoids with the orange ones. They're something completely different. Maybe they're quantum plasmoids at the small scale. Probably macro, maybe macro. So there's going to be different classifications of these plasmoids, I think, and that won't go away. Why is that? Where's that coming from? What else we got here? Oh yeah, we've got third phase. It looks like they've been putting up some more garbage. We might have to better carry on next year. What's this coming up? How can we get rid of that? What's going on? How do we shrink it? I don't know what's going on here. Let's see. What's it? Alt F4 closes that, but still haven't got rid of this one. It's got to be related to that chat window, is it? No. Let's see. Whereabouts is it? No, we got rid of it then. No. Anyway, we better close down. Good night all, and have a good Christmas with your family, and take care on the roads. And we'll see you hopefully on the 27th with Robert. So hopefully you enjoyed today's show. It was, like I said, it's going to be more complex, sciencey yuckiness. But yeah, there's not too many people like me that covers pretty much everything. It's hard work. And I can't even see with the chat, side chat if anyone's... Anyway, I'm going to close it down now. I'm pretty sure some of you have probably gone to sleep. So next one, hopefully we can do a chat and have a chat, people come up and chat to us. So we'll see how we go.